But yeah, it really, it doesn't put that much pressure. It just kind of goes on and looks over the top and.
Oh,
All right, I'm gonna call this to order.
all right, good.
Looks like we have quorum. So I know I said you're gonna be at the top of the agenda, but we do have to approve meeting minutes, if that's all right.
Go right.
The agenda should be in front of you in your packet, as well as the minutes for the last two meetings, the December 7th and the January 10th meetings.
To approve. Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Awesome. Yeah, awesome. So I figured, so you have to stay for the meeting to turn it off, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll just move to the second issue, which is the schedule review and approval. So we talked about the schedule last time, but we learned that we need to formally approve the schedule of meetings in order to move forward in posting it on the website. So that should be included in your packet under this vote center committee meeting schedule. Can I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, so we got through that. So then our next public order, I just want to thank Clerk Brown for coming and talking to us. I think it's going to be really helpful to us as a committee. We provided a couple of questions, which should be in your packet. So Clerk Brown, I don't know how you want to kind of do this. If you want to do, since you had them beforehand, if you want to do them in the order that they're presented, or however you like to do it will work out.
And I don't know if people can see me. Hi, I'm here. I really just kind of wanted to just be laid back and casual about this, where I answer your questions. They may generate other questions. I kept my clerk clothes on for you. I went up to Indianapolis this morning. Legislative session is underway at the State House. And so, you know, even though I kept the clerk clothes on, I just really wanted it to be super casual. I want to get you home. It's wet, it's nasty. You'd probably rather be having dinner with your families, but I appreciate you giving me this opportunity. I really have, I think we talked about it by phone, I really have kind of tried to stay away and have a hands-off approach so that you all can talk amongst yourselves, you know, and not feel like there's any pressure, influence, or anything from me. I'm hoping everybody can hear me. But thank you for inviting me, and to the best that I can, I will answer all of your questions or get answers for you if you have something that I can't answer today. Is that fair? All right.
Feel free to move so that you feel comfortable with the setup.
I can do that. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna come over by Mr. Golan and see if people can see me. Hi, everybody.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I'm just gonna go down the line. What barriers do voters face with current voting operations? I want to tell you how proud I am as a clerk that we worked together with the city in partnership. This was just prior to the worst of the pandemic, where we had Stonebelt clients go out to each of our polling sites and assess those polling sites, you know, for how easily they worked for people who are living with disabilities. I'm very, very proud of that. The things we could make it more compliant. We didn't necessarily make all of them compliant. There are times when and I want to apologize if there's questions or things.
I think it's just someone joining.
Okay. In so many ways, we are limited, like other counties, we're limited by the number of options available to us. We want the biggest site we can find to allow for that 6 feet of social distancing, plus allow for all of our equipment, plus be ADA compliant, plus have Wi-Fi and everything. And so there are so many things that go into what we need for our voters. But sometimes we're limited. And the one that comes to mind for me is Indian Creek. I believe
Lions Club.
I believe we use their Lions Club. Well, their bathrooms are not ADA compliant, but that is the biggest space. We used to use the fire station. That is no longer an option. So the Lions Club is the biggest space that we can use to accommodate voters in that precinct, but the bathrooms are not ADA compliant. So we actually had the Indiana Disabilities Group come down, and we took them out there, and they gave us suggestions to make it better. And better means no public restroom, We didn't want to try to make exemptions and single people out. So they recommended a sign that said no public restrooms, and then you just plan your vote accordingly. So I think the best answer I can say is that the barriers are site dependent, but I can assure you that it is imperative, it is paramount to the election board that we make our sites work for Monroe County voters, and any feedback and suggestions that we get, we do our very best to implement them. Is that the answer you were hopeful for?
Yeah, I think that was kind of what we're
Can I add something?
go ahead.
So that was one of the questions that I had brainstormed. So even if it's not about anything that's specifically a Monroe County Clerk's Office decision, but is a barrier that voters are facing that, from your point of view, that this committee should keep in mind when we're talking about alternative future models, is also what I was trying to get at. So if that's, you already provided us with some information based on what you just said, and I'm kind of taking it in as you're talking. But I just wanted to make clear, just speaking for myself, what I meant when tossing out that question in our brainstorming in the last meeting was if there are, voters getting confused about where's my polling place, or informational barriers, or other kinds of access barriers.
So non-disability related barriers.
Just any barriers.
Okay.
Right.
So, we do what you see here in Monroe County, which is promote early voting, and it isn't just limited to my office and the election board. We're incredibly fortunate to have the candidates, the League of Women Voters, the party chairs. It's a collective and community effort that I don't anticipate changing just because we adopted vote centers. We're still gonna look for the best possible places. We're gonna get the information and the word out. And so the education component is a collective and collaborative effort that I only see getting better, not, worse with the implementation of vote centers. Is that fair?
Do you ever hear from people who have trouble, like they don't have a car and they can't get to their polling place, something like that?
So we have had that before, and we have in the past. I didn't notice it so much with this election that just passed, but we get nonpartisan. Now, if a party offers to take people to the polls, we tell them it has to be nonpartisan. So you can say free rides to the polls. You just can't put Monroe County Democratic Party at the bottom. It has to be a nonpartisan effort. I know at IU, the shuttles, I don't know if you guys remember back when we had early voting at Election Central, the shuttle did a loop around 7th Street and through the university and brought students to us. And I think one of the restaurants at the time, once you voted and you had your I voted sticker, they gave out free pizza. So, yes, if you say you are having an issue getting to the polls there, especially in a presidential year, it feels like we hear more about rides to the polls, free rides to the polls in a presidential election.
Nicole, I think also too, I don't, not this municipal election, but previously, I think you've always asked for the political parties' numbers, where we've gotten calls from the clerk's office saying somebody called us needing a ride, can you connect with them? I don't recall ever asking what party they were. We just pick them up, and candidates, I don't.
There's a lot of that. There's a lot of
Candidates, I've not recalled them ever being involved with that, mainly because there could be the implication that hey, I'm taking you to the polls.
Sure.
You gotta vote for me.
And plus they're going from site to
Yes,
site.
they're busy.
A little busy.
They're busy, so.
They might be a little busy, but
And I know the Democrats do the same thing,
Sure.
so.
all of the offerings, for lack of a better word, I wouldn't anticipate those changing just because we got voting centers.
Right.
Fair enough? Can I move on to B?
Yes.
All right.
Please do.
What models exist for vote centers is a universal viable in which all current polling places could be converted to vote centers? And if so, how would future potential consolidation be handled? So I didn't realize that the political term was universal, but that's actually exactly what happened in Marion County, which is what I hope to model Monroe on, which is the clerk at that time, Mila Eldridge, for those of you who are familiar with her, she did not reduce her polling sites. She just made every polling site a vote center. And that would be what I would be hopeful to do here in Monroe County, so that nobody is worried that somebody's going to be too far from a polling site. And in fact, I am open to, if there are pockets of Monroe County about which you're concerned, you know, I would be open to looking at putting a polling site there. So, because we truly want to make it so that every registered voter who wants to vote can vote at the polling site of their choosing. So universal, yes, is the model that I would hope for Monroe County. And as far as a future consolidation, I think that would be left up to a future clerk, because you have to have some time to gather the data about where people are voting and which ones are busiest, which ones are least busy. You know, and the example for me, at least as far as wanting to make sure everybody can vote, we still have Burgoon. I get maybe 10 voters at Burgoon, but we have not taken away the Burgoon polling site. I would not want to take away the Burgoon polling site. And so pockets like that, you know, they're vote centers. If you happen to be visiting grandma or whomever, you know, going to church or something for Bible study, then, you know, vote.
Tuesday Bible study.
You know,
There's always a lot to pray about that day.
So one thing that the Ball State studies said that it was a good idea to have early voting at vote centers. Now, probably we wouldn't have early voting at every place in the universal plan.
No, that could be quite costly, and good
Yes.
luck trying to get that across to the council people.
Right.
To the extent that I could, I made that in I don't know if it was when you were still on election board, but I know when you were on election board with Linda, the previous Monroe County clerk tried to do a mobile early voting.
So like satellites in various
Correct.
places.
And it did not go well. As I understand it, it was very confusing for voters. I tried to improve upon that when I became clerk, and I did not get, you know, the support that I needed. They were concerned about the money. And so for the previous clerk made super precincts. And that's why we have these big polling sites where there's 2 or 3 precincts, and that's as close to vote centers as we are now. And so that early voting downtown is where, that's the closest we're gonna get right now. There's no palette that I can see for satellites during early voting at the same location and just making them vote centers. Is that fair?
It's reasonable. They said that one of the ways to cut down on the crunch of people on election day was to have early voting, to get more early voting to happen.
Absolutely. And I don't disagree with that. And we work very hard to get the word out. You'll see our banners and everything announcing that we have early voting. And, you know, the league has been amazing to us as far as promoting early voting, candidates, parties.
I think the last 4 elections, we've had over 50% early voting. Maybe the last 22 may have been 46, but I think.
And it was it, I thought it was not more than 40.
I don't
It's still a substantial
It
amount.
was a
Exactly.
substantial
I know
amount, but
it's-
not 50%. I'd love that.
Well, no, I know it. Well, I guess that absentee early, also counting absentee also, because I mean, those are lumped together.
We can
So
ask for those numbers, but I also wanted to make sure that we understand that vote centers as a term only refers to election day.
Correct. That is correct.
So I don't know if that would be our really purview to.
But we could, yeah, it sounds like, yeah, satellite voting would be, especially if it's at the same locations versus different locations.
I don't know.
But, yeah, go ahead.
Would you be able to cover staffing for more locations for early voting? I know we struggle as is.
Yeah, we do struggle as is. That's an excellent point. And so what I was hopeful for was to move let's say there's a group of 5 people at a polling site, that I would just move them if we did the first week on the northwest side of town, second week northeast, and that the same team would just move. And it would just be one less team that would be working at the downtown site. And again,
Yeah, I think the Ball State study, though, they had their early satellites. They weren't mobile, they stayed in the same place, correct? Yes, that would be a little different.
right, and that's what happens in Allen County. Allen County has on the north, east, southwest, and then they do early voting at all of those sites. And, you know, that, we can give you the election that you're willing to pay for. So if you want the Cadillac of elections, talk to your council.
It's also about the staffing as well. Like, you know, we can fund it till we're blue in the face, but unless we have people there to actually, bodies to give you that ballot.
Right.
That's more so what I'm talking about,
Right.
less so the funding, but yeah.
We would also need to have almost every polling place open, because otherwise, for early voting, you would be just franchising someone. That's one of the things, the election board, it needs to be a central location, or otherwise we're favoring some segment of the population. We shouldn't do that.
Well, and that was why I was trying to move it
Yeah.
around so that it would reach
Yeah, no, I
the
know.
outskirts. You know, but I am one of 3.
I mean, that's true here in Monroe County, where there's a centralized population, but there are counties where the county seats on one edge of the county. How would you consider it? Not that we need to worry about it here. That's not a universal rule.
Yeah, I think the big difference is in a lot of those other counties, the demographics are similar. So they may have a county seat in the corner of the county, but your demographic of age and everything is pretty uniform. Here, it's not.
Sure.
You've got a donut
Sure.
here and then around, so somebody's gonna say, I can't.
And I hesitate.
And the central location, it's worked out great.
It has. I know that the commissioners had some concerns about more rural parts of Monroe County. And so I certainly hate to have that word disenfranchise out there. I'm particularly proud of the fact of our collaborative efforts to make sure that everybody who wants to vote can vote. So the people that you would be concerned about disenfranchising, I would say, let's figure out a way for them to vote. If you can vote by mail, if you can vote by travel board, you know, because you can't make it downtown if you're not well or you're a caretaker or something. So I'd rather not throw out
I guess I'm
that
saying,
word.
I don't think they are now.
Okay.
What I'm saying though is if we had a location that was open all the time for early voting, it would, because let's say we had one in Ellettsville and here, well, then Indian Creek, those people, what about us?
Right.
And that's where I'm saying, I don't think we do it now, because we can make the case it is centrally located, which we're blessed to have a central location. And we have the resources. Everybody other than those in the center have to travel about equally. Where otherwise though, we don't have a population center other than Ellettsville really anywhere in that donut around here, so.
So as your esteemed board member said, both centers help us on election day.
Correct.
And so, of course, Indian Creek would
Right.
have a polling site.
Right.
Early voting, though, again, I'm gonna say, you know, you can get the election that we can afford to pay for. And
I'm impressed and I'm happy with the way early voting is done. I really am. So I don't think currently it disenfranchises those people, because they understand it's a central location and they do have those other options. But if we change that to have another location for early voting, then they're gonna say, well, why do they get it and we don't? That's all I was saying. So we would almost have to eliminate that if we were doing early voting long-term for the whole duration. We'd almost have to have all the polling places open. And those.
I'm gonna pause this here, because in terms of the vote center, and make sure that we get back to the next question. Is
Yeah.
that okay in terms of
Fine.
it? All right, yeah. So the next question was about how to educate people about the switch to vote centers. Are there any things that are more or less effective, or things that you've seen in other places?
I think it would be just the same as us promoting early voting in election day now. Just, it's meant to enhance, it's not meant to take away. And so in the same ways that we promote early voting in election day now, we would have those tools at our disposal to explain vote center. And I imagine, especially for any press who might be on the call, I suspect we're going to get a lot of mileage once Monroe County goes to a vote center community. And so wherever you gather your news from and your education from about elections, those are going to be the same pieces that we would use to talk about vote centers.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Yep.
Okay. The next one is, should we assume that all ballots will be printed on demand, or is there interest in pre-printing ballots in anticipation of need at certain locations? So I think the fairest way to answer that is, no, you should not assume that all ballots would be printed on demand. Your smaller area, sure, we could print it as you come in and not waste. I think there's going to be a learning curve. We would pre-print for our busier than anticipated polling sites, and you could go day by day. So your bigger ones like Sherwood Oaks is a big one I can think of. We probably pre-print quite a few ballots there, but your smaller ones, they could probably handle the on-demand. And again, things are, when we find that, if we found that a certain site was top heavy, we could start sending out ballots to that location. We hire couriers specifically for that purpose.
But wait a second. The whole idea of a vote center is that anybody can go to any center and vote. And that means there's going to need to be, how can you have pre-printed ballots? Everything would have to be printed on demand because you don't know who's going to show up.
You don't know who's gonna show up, but your more populated precincts, we could have some extra. I live in Perry 17.
Okay.
I live in Perry 17. That's a fairly decent sized precinct. I'm not saying we do 1 million Perry 17s, but it is a busier one.
Is that how you do it for early voting now?
No, early voting now is you show up and you confirm where you live and you go to the next station and it prints your ballot and
So no pre-printing?
no pre-printing.
Why the lines at any given precinct they never move so fast that a printer can't keep up with them. So I don't see why we would bother to pre-print anything if we're doing so well with early voting.
We do get lines and we will have lines.
No, I know. I'm just saying that the printer can keep up with the line. Printer can print faster than the line will move.
Sometimes, do you remember when it was, the line was around, well, we had fewer people because of the pandemic.
That was the problem.
I'm just very uncomfortable having a bunch of pre-printed ballots sent out to places where people may not be there. Just that.
Oh, well, that's also an increased cost, which is what we're trying to get away from here.
If they're not used.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm more concerned about them, as it is now with precincts, you can sort of guess from prior elections how many people are going to come to a precinct.
And they're capped. There's only a certain amount of people.
Right. And you wouldn't pre-print a ballot for everybody because they're all going to come. But there's going to be, Perry 17 may well be 1,000 people who vote, but now that they can vote wherever, some of them might vote at work. And, I'm just thinking out loud about why you wouldn't pre-print anything.
And I guess that's the question we can also ask other vote center counties is whether they pre-print. Go ahead, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Pre-printing the ballots exposes us to documentation problems at the end of the night when we're trying to reconcile all of the ballots that we pre-printed. I think it's another logistical potential nightmare on election night for people who are working there. It's been in the news a lot. There's been a lot of concern about election integrity, and I think this could open us to questions of election integrity that wouldn't be there if we didn't pre-print the ballots.
I understand what you're saying.
And I think I can say, as the Republican appointee and Republican chair here, particularly some of the people that I think in our party might be more disenfranchised by that idea as well. I think that that's something we have to keep in mind.
Yeah, why raise the issue and the question in people's minds if we don't need to?
When you say disenfranchised by that idea,
Yes.
how do you get disenfranchised by an idea?
Because some people are afraid of how election systems work. I'm not saying all people, and I'm not saying it's prevalent necessarily in Monroe County. I'm just saying that in certain instances, some people, if they think that their ballot will be tampered with, they will not go vote. And right now, I think that there's high confidence in Monroe County elections. I don't think we're open to that whatsoever. But I can just see if a, story picks up, they pre-printed X amount of ballots this year, right? I'm gonna get phone calls, I know, that day. I'm sure the Democrat chairman will receive phone calls, but I'm just saying, there's that I think we have to think about at the same time. I mean,
And then on in addition to that, looking at Marion County, the switch to vote centers, I don't know how they did it, but I mean, they couldn't get their numbers in a timely manner. I mean, it took two days? It didn't used to take that long.
Do you think it was because they had to account for ballots that were unused?
I don't know. I have never heard of a reason. Nobody ever addresses why it takes 3 or 4 days to count ballots. I don't know. But it shouldn't.
I also thought that, I may have mistakenly thought this, so your presentation has been very helpful, and I'm making notes about things I need to follow up and better understand. I thought Marion County did reduce their polling places, but maybe that was in a multi-step process.
I would say it was, so when it started, Mila just made I think they have like over 600 polling sites in Indianapolis. She just made all 600 vote centers. And that is the model that I look to. Once you get data, you can consider consolidating, if nobody's using a particular site, you're gonna have to take a look at that. For me, what I'm saying is that by the time we collect that data, there will be another clerk in place who would make the decisions about consolidation. And one thing that's important to me, I know that everybody hears vote centers and automatically goes to cost savings. For me, vote centers is making sure that any registered voter in Monroe County votes. Elections they're not gonna be cheap. They're never gonna be cheap. I know that sounds like a really good, we all want more money in our pockets, and we certainly do not want to waste the taxpayers' dimes. But the primary purpose of vote centers is being more accessible to all voters. It doesn't necessarily translate, especially not in the beginning, to a cost savings.
Especially in the outlying areas, you get people who show up at the wrong precinct. And then it's explained to them, well, you have to go over there.
Correct.
To do it, and they say, forget it, I'm gonna go to work.
And I'm sure that you and Mr. William will both remember how many calls we would get, on election day.
Yeah.
Because they've waited until the 11th hour and the polls close at 6 and it's 5:30 and they just got off work and they don't know where to go. And are they gonna get there in time? And we also get the ones, of course, where they haven't changed their registration to Monroe County and at 5 o'clock they want to go and vote and they live in St. Joseph County. And so, it's a lot.
I would recommend that the committee consider continuing with our current print on demand and at the same time that printed ballot is processed, an electronic copy is made. We have a verification process there that we know works. And I think coming up with a new scheme and I don't mean that in a negative sense, but coming up with a new plan to pre-print a lot of ballots is going to overcomplicate a very complicated transition process. So maybe it's something we consider once we feel comfortable with.
But you're also talking about a cost there. I mean, there's going to be cost on either side. And so to put an on-demand printer at every polling site is going to be
I do that regardless though,
A significant.
right? We're gonna do that regardless. If I go to Burgoon, I live in Washington Township, Burgoon's not gonna have a Washington Township ballot on hand. We're gonna have to have a printer at every place regardless.
Was it your belief that some sites might not need the special printer that?
That was my feeling.
I am interested in going through some more of these questions because I actually think that they are interrelated with this point. I think this is a good topic to continue discussion on, but some of the other questions will also provide us with relevant information to this
I'm
point.
talking about E at this point too.
Yeah, we're already talking about E. All right, so we talked about it. So, we want to talk about E, which is, should we consider the potential implications of switching to electronic voting machines? I know they will be under a new clerk, so that's where this question came from.
So right now, paper ballots are the prevailing thought as to how to maintain election security and integrity. If you'll remember the election in 2000 and the hanging chads, everybody went to electronic. Now, then the concern with the internet and hacking and things like that, then they swung back to paper. We have maybe about, I'm gonna say 60 to 70% of our counties in Indiana have electronic voting machines, and those clerks, you'd have to pry that machine out of their cold dead hands. Monroe County wants the paper ballot because in the event of a recount, as we had, not this election, but the one before, then you have the paper backup to hand count.
Our vote totals, when we've done even spot checking and when we've done even recounts, most of the time, they are just spot on.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't ask for more accurate. And
So I don't see Monroe County anticipating going to electronic machines, but every election brings a new set of challenges to take a look at for the one after that.
When you say that Monroe County likes paper, is that you? Is that the council? Is that the commissioners? Is that just all of us collectively? I'm just curious.
Paper was pre-Nicole.
Okay.
So as I understand it, when the time came to look at options, paper was the preferred. It is also very expensive, but you have that paper trail that you can go and actually look for those naysayers who want to say that it's rigged and hacked and things like that. Also, I don't know if you all know on the electronic machines, and this is a huge thing right now in the counties where my clerk siblings are struggling with their electronic. They have something known as a VVPAT, which is the Verified Voter Paper Audit Trail. It's a huge and cumbersome monstrosity that they have attached to the machine. It does not tell how you voted, but the voter can leave with a receipt that they voted. And right now, I never hear a clerk say anything positive about those. And in fact, right now, we've got legislation at the State House where those clerks if somebody's voting by travel board, we don't want our elderly poll workers trying to get this cumbersome monstrosity and carry it in and help them vote. So they want to be able to vote paper just like we're already voting and then take them back to a central count. So when I say we as in Monroe County, it predates me. And we do it in the event of a recount, it's that extra assurance.
Yeah, I just was curious basically too, because we are talking about potentially another clerk in this, and I don't know if, I was just trying to get at whose preference that was, but it sounds like it's a collective preference.
is that an election board decision, a commissioner decision, or clerk decision?
I think
Right.
I did not work for.
That was before my time too.
It was pre-me, but I believe that it was an ongoing conversation between the clerk and the commissioner and the council. Now, typically, most counties, the clerk's preference is what you go with.
Right.
So I'm not saying a future clerk couldn't decide that they wanted to go.
That's kind of what I'm trying to feel out.
So the question I'm about to ask is not please understand that I'm not saying something pro electronic machines. I'm just trying to make sure I understand. I'm not saying against them either, but aren't a lot of electronic machines, the way that they're set up, there still is a paper trail and it prints out a ballot for someone to then put in a ballot scanner? I don't want to be unfair in asking you this when this doesn't pertain to your county and the way you administer elections here.
Right.
But my understanding of electronic voting machine systems, maybe it's place dependent, county dependent, but I thought it can have some accessibility features on it through having a machine, but you can still have it be giving the voter their ballot, printing it out, their completed ballot that they put in a ballot scanner. So it's not like everything is electronic, is what I'm trying to say.
I am not aware that it will print out your ballot. You vote electronically, you pick your people, and if you overvote, it'll tell you. If you undervote, it'll tell you. What I am,
SIM card in,
Right.
at least that's what I experienced.
what I am aware of is the voter verified, and I always get that wrong, paper audit trail where you just get a receipt confirming that you did vote.
I have used it differently in a different jurisdiction before I became a Monroe County
Sure.
voter. So anyway, we can move on. But if this is inevitable, that this is gonna happen at some point, it seems like there are still safeguards that can be built in from my experience. But I understand that that's not a today kind of decision.
Well, if the question says, should we consider the potential implication of switching to electronic voting machines? That's beyond the purview of us to decide to switch.
Right.
So,
That's why I wanted to find out whose
For
decision.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, so I see what William's question is now, like, there's,
It could just be a matter of time. It's
Right.
not like we're trying to say for or against the machine.
And I don't think it's relevant to really, whether we have vote centers or not, that could happen.
I don't think that, should that happen, it wouldn't make vote centers harder, would it? It would make them easier, in theory.
I think the fairest thing to say is that we've got paper ballot counties that are vote centers and electronic voting machines that from vote center counties. So we would,
It's feasible.
it's feasible.
Can be done.
Yes.
It can be done.
They both have their own sets of headaches.
So the answer to this question should be, we should consider it when it's serious that we may switch to electronic machines, which is not happening right now.
I think we have to consider that as an option regardless here, switching to vote centers, because it's not up to us and it's not up to you necessarily, like it's gonna be up to whomever the next person is. So I think we have to consider both options
Right.
in how
No,
this is
I'm
laid
just
out.
saying, like, I'm not disagreeing, I'm just saying that it's basically moot. Like, if that were a serious possibility, if the other entities that would make the decision are seriously thinking about it, then we should think about it, but we're just a study committee of the election board.
Yeah, and I would say it was viewed in a different way, which is the question it would affect us if it wasn't feasible in one of these systems. It is feasible in both systems.
Yeah.
Or at a certain location, you know, if there's a constraint in the rural parts of the county where an electronic machine might be an issue, like that, those are probably things we should keep in the back of our minds, kind of the.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I was.
63 counties are making it work. There are only a handful of us that are paper ballot counties. So it will, and our vendor here, Hart, has reassured us that we already have what it takes to switch over to vote centers. So if we can make paper ballots work, we can make electronic work. It just depends on, you might have to have a new plan, but if we can make it work in Monroe County, 2/3 of the state are already doing that. Fair? Okay. Can I go to F?
Yeah.
Is there any information on how long it takes for a voter to sign in and receive a ballot on demand, for example, from early voting in Monroe County? I pride myself on being perk of the job, the first voter in Monroe County. I always want to know if there's a problem. I'd rather you fix it on me than have somebody else go through and it's a problem for them. And so my experience has been from the time that I show my ID and verify that I'm Nicole Brown and I live in Perry 17 and go to the next one and get my printer and, you know, make sure initials are on there and all of the things that you do as you go through. It has never taken me longer than 15 minutes to cast a ballot from the time I walked in the door to the time I walked out. And obviously with this past election, it was so small that I was out in less than 10. Like I feel like 8 or 9. My ballot was already in the paper.
And that was early voting, right?
Yes.
That's what I was gonna ask. It's like, maybe tedious, but do you vote on election day or do you vote early?
Yeah, so 15 minutes is the
Early
longest is in terms of that.
The longest, but even when I am monitoring all day where the busiest polling sites are. They're usually a big school or it's like South or Sherwood Oaks or something like that. And even then, when they call in, I am not getting the kind of feedback like that it's taking you an hour to vote.
15 minutes sounds long. It doesn't take me that long to, when I go early vote, I get
Well-
the ballot in 5 minutes.
I mean, some of us, such as like yourself, may have already made our choices in advance.
No, I don't mean
This is about, this question is
receiving the ballot.
about the time between signing in and receiving a ballot on demand.
I'm not
I
talking
was-
about voting, I'm talking
Okay.
about getting the ballot.
Then I would say that was less than 5 minutes.
There you go.
Fair?
And so that wouldn't be, am I right in understanding that's not really line dependent, right? Because at this point, you're signing
Yeah.
in, it's just about the
From the point you
process
get
steps
in,
from.
you sign in, the process of printing out a ballot is trivial. It doesn't take long at all.
Doesn't take long at all.
Can I ask how much is this special printer that it takes to print a ballot? Is it $10 million, 20 million?
Not 10 million, but I think it's probably fair to say 10,000.
Okay, so if we have,
It's a huge, it's not your mama's printer, when you're printing off
my Epson,
the homework before school starts the next day.
but we have what, 35 places that have,
We don't have 35 now. We don't have
What is-
35 on demand,
How many polling?
how many polling places do we have that are not precincts, but polling places?
35.
Did I get that? I just pulled a number out of my,
It could be 34, but I feel like 35
I
is.
guess I'm totally,
I think you're right.
I totally pulled that number out of my.
And I'm open
Those
to,
are combined.
yeah, some of them.
Yeah, that's what I meant, that's what I meant. But-
You asked how many sites?
If
Yeah, they
82
Well, how many printers would you
Correct.
need? Is there more than one printer at any site?
Is there more than one printer at any site?
There
No.
isn't one printer at every site necessarily.
We,
Right,
Well, we're talking about early voting, which currently has printers.
How many printers are at early voting?
at least 3,
That's interesting.
at least 3 stations.
So how could you have 3 at early voting, but not plan to have any if we were to do vote centers at certain locations?
I don't think that's,
That's not,
Well, that's what we were just talking about, not putting a printer at each vote center location is what we were talking about.
but what I was trying to get at was, does a location, like, say a big multi-precinct location now, that you just convert everything to vote centers, you might need more than one printer there.
Right.
We would have to order more equipment. There's no
But
question.
would it need to be more than one printer per polling location?
Perhaps.
Probably.
Like if you have a
I
4 precinct
think it-
location,
And you don't know, and that's the thing with not having the vote centers prior is you don't know which ones, we know what polling places are busy now, but that has something to do with population and the precincts. You have no idea once
the first
they're able to
election,
go wherever.
the first election, we're gonna see the shifts.
Right,
But after that, we're gonna be able to predict better.
right.
Absolutely.
So we need to get some questions to Bob, I guess, or somebody on his team who does the setup of this equipment to tell us how many we have in use, how many we have in reserve when those ones in use break down.
Yeah, Bob's actually on our list of people to talk to.
Is he? He's wonderful. You'll love him. And
Bob
keep
is-
in mind.
Does the technology.
Keep in mind, there's a percentage, we order ballots, Hart does our ballots. And so let's say the election board believes that we're gonna have a 30% turnout. Then Hart is printing 70% of the ballots. Does that make sense? So we pre-print them now,
You're talking about blank ballots.
blank ballots.
So we're not talking about blank, blank ballots shouldn't be an issue. It's when, if you pre-print a ballot like for a particular precinct with all the races on it and it goes to waste, that's what I meant by a ballot. But a blank ballot, no one should have a problem with that.
Yeah, the
It's
key,
not an actual ballot, it's just ballot paper.
the key thing is how many do we print with tracking numbers on? Because those tracking numbers are what differentiates what you're talking about, and
So does Hart,
that
does,
bar.
does Hart, when they print the blank ballots that are prepared to go into the printer, do they come with some kind of serial number on them?
Yes.
Okay, so, but even so, you could have a ballot with a serial number, but if there's no races to check off on them, why would anybody be concerned about a blank ballot? They would have to have one of these printers
Yeah.
that could print on them.
Because in an offsite situation, you might potentially be able to print on one of those pre-printed ballots illegitimate.
On my Epson, like with my homework, like she was talking about, like I could print it
No,
on
if you're a poll worker and you want to cast 2 ballots, feed it through the printer, you now have a ballot. I mean, that's one instance of I think what Hal might be talking
but
about.
all it is, I mean,
We're splitting hairs.
no, because if you
I
have a
think it's
ballot,
very important though, at the same time.
it's important, if the ballot has a serial number on it, I mean, I would assume that we're associating the serial number with the person who took the ballot. And so, we would have a record of that.
Multiple serial numbers on it though, right? There's the voter serial number when the ballot is married to a particular voter. And there also is a tracking number on each ballot. So.
All right.
Let me say this, and I came here, I consider us all friends. When we start talking about surreptitious things like somebody having 2 ballots, our poll workers are our neighbors, our friends, our relatives, our church members, and I'm not, that is not to say that nothing surreptitious could happen. It could, and people have said that it has, but again, I'm going back to, we want everybody who is eligible to vote to have access to a ballot. The people who engage in those kinds of behaviors, things have come so far technologically, you get caught. And when you get caught, we have measures to go after you through the prosecutor. So I am hopeful. I'm not saying don't keep it in the back of your mind. I'm not saying don't, act like it couldn't happen in Monroe County. But we're talking about the opportunity to make voting accessible to every registered voter in Monroe County.
Definitely the goal is absolutely possible.
And I promise you, 92 clerks value and appreciate voter integrity, election integrity and election security. There's not one of us who does not care about that.
But there's something in legal terms, some places referred to as an attractive nuisance, which means you're creating an opportunity that somebody might exploit at some point in the future. We don't want to do that either.
We don't want to, but I think that's any profession you're ever gonna have banking. But there's bad actors in every
Absolutely.
profession.
Absolutely, but let's make it as tough as possible.
I just
on
don't
them
see how that-
without impacting voting for John Doe who wants to vote.
I don't see how Hart preparing ballots so that they can be used, ballot paper, let's call it. The ballot paper may have a serial number, but it's not a ballot until it's printed. I don't see how the existing systems that we already have to ensure, look at how many people are involved in handling a ballot. That's that many eyes on the ballot. I think somebody who thinks that a blank ballot that's not printed is looking for a problem that isn't there. Like you would want the ballot paper to have a serial number on it. Why wouldn't you want that? It would be worse if it were blank, because then people could claim, well, who knows where that paper came from?
Yeah, and I just want to jump in here and thank clerks for all their work on this.
Thank you.
It is rough, these are real questions that I know that clerks worry about. And I think that election security is really important to all of us on this committee, as well as most important to clerks, and that's really great in terms of it. But I do think these are all maybe when we talk to Bob, we can talk about election security a little bit more. We're not talking to him yet, but he's on my like list of people
Good.
for.
You'll enjoy every
Yeah,
single minute of your time with Bob.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of, what I've heard of the guy, there's a lot of blah. But, yeah, so I just wanted to say that and then kind of curb this discussion of election security for now.
Sure.
And move to this final legislation.
Got that
question.
final. So I currently chair the legislative committee for the Association of Indiana County and the Clerks Association. There is no, this is our lobbyist right here. That's who I was responding to. There is no current legislation of which I am aware that would impact your decision about vote centers in any way. 2/3 of Indiana counties are already vote centers, which is a lot more than when my predecessor had these discussions. So clearly, we have been able to make it work. We have got, the clerks all help one another. The Indiana Election Division is also at our disposal. One of the former clerks from Bartholomew County works for the Election Assistance Commission, and I have his number in my phone right now. We will, should we make the decision to become a vote center county, it will be successful in Monroe County because we have an incredible number of resources at our disposal. I think that we can adequately address concerns, fears. We can figure out what the precedent is and figure out a way to work forward from it in a bipartisan fashion, as we do now, and make it work here in Monroe County now. Is that fair? Okay. I don't know. I'm an old woman, so I don't know if there's a chat room.
I don't see anything's in a little chat thingamabobby up there, but if anyone is listening and would like to ask a question, feel free.
Can they unmute?
There's speakers, but I don't know if those speakers are set up.
My hope was to get.
Speakers are working because we heard the chimes.
Yes, we did.
Oh, yes, that's right.
But no, we don't know.
I don't know
I
if
mean,
they can unmute.
if there's no one here who can control the meeting, we.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Everybody is unmuted, so if they'd like to make a comment, they can.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody.
Stacy, did you have anything you wanted to say?
She's a member of our board.
No, it's very interesting. The whole conversation was very interesting, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being on tonight. My hope was to get you all home for a nice warm dinner with your families because it's awfully yucky outside.
You don't have to rush us out.
I'm not rushing you out.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to go in the order you prefer.
No, let's start with that question, and then I was gonna ask if you had any questions for us.
No, I don't have any questions. Let me do that because that's easy peasy. I don't have any questions. I want to thank you. I appreciate your thoughtful, deliberate, and careful consideration of this. I know on behalf of a grateful election board that we're going to have some good feedback at the end of your meetings. And for that, I'm very appreciative. And so, yeah, any questions that I can follow up with?
Yeah, just go ahead for it.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask you, do you think that the fact that vote by mail is restricted in Indiana has any bearing on this? Because for me, working on and looking at models around the country, it's a pretty different kind of idea to consider vote centers in a place that doesn't have a robust vote by mail and early voting program. So as you point, first of all, I'm just so glad to learn from you about all of this. And you've pointed out in your remarks today how many vote center models there are in Indiana and how they look different in terms of paper and electronic machines. So I'm learning things as we go, but it is pretty different how Indiana does it compared to other places, going to a vote center model, reducing and considering future consolidation of polling places once there are a lot of other people participating in other ways. We don't have that here. And so do you think that has any bearing on it, the restricted vote by mail we have in Indiana?
I can tell you in my role as chair and co-chair prior to that for the legislative committee, the Clerks Association did ask for no excuse vote by mail in the same way there's no excuse early and absentee voting. At this time, there does not seem to be a legislative palette for vote by mail. I've met with that organization and they've told me how it works in other states. clerks are very flexible, adaptable. We can make almost anything work, and we could certainly make vote by mail work here in Indiana. The closest that I have come to it in my role as clerk is, if you'll remember, during 2020, they made an exception because of COVID and people not being ready and comfortable to go out. It is a lot.
Only in the primary.
Only in the primary, because as I understood it, by the time the general came, traffic patterns were near normal. So, but what we did here to be proactive in Monroe County is we then just made sure that our polling sites were the biggest ones. We used schools, we used churches, the biggest, so that we could allow for that 6 feet of social distancing. And that's how we made it work in Monroe County. But I'm not gonna sit here and say it wasn't tough, because we couldn't hire all of the people that we would normally hire, because if you remember, the governor had an executive order about how many people could be assembled in one room. So we didn't have the staffing to process all of the mail that we were getting, in bulk fashion. I obviously would have the ability to hire more people now if we were a vote by mail county. As far as it impacting on vote centers, I don't know that I could really take an educated position on that, in that I've not gotten to experience that where it happens in other states. My understanding is it works very, very well. It does not take away your ability to vote on election day in person or early vote in person. So I think we could make it work in Indiana, but I don't have any data to say, yeah. Is that a fair response?
Thank you. That's really helpful. And I just want to reiterate something you've said that others have said too, that I think makes this different from approaches I've seen elsewhere, that if there really is, and I'm going to take you all at your word because I'm excited to work with you all. If we're all really trying to ensure access for all eligible voters and trying to add and not take away, that is pretty different. And I mean that in a very positive way. It's pretty different in terms of an approach for a group of people considering making a recommendation on vote center. So I hope we can all collectively stick to that.
I feel very fortunate to have known Mila Eldridge, and I call her my shero. And she and I both met when we were both chief deputies, and we worked for the clerk, and we happened to be at the same conference together. And we were like, "Aren't you glad you're not the boss?" And that type of thing. And then it's just funny how it turned out. Her clerk left, and she became clerk. My clerk left, and I became clerk. And so she was the one who pulled me to the side and gave me advice as I stepped into my new role. And I kind of watched what she did. And if she can make vote centers work in the largest county in the state, and she made all of them all of her polling sites vote centers, I can make this work in Monroe County. Don't you worry about that. I've got 91 clerk brothers and sisters who will help me navigate anything. And we can make this work in Monroe County. I'm very, very grateful to each of you for your thoughtful consideration. I look forward to hearing what you come up with. And thank you for all you're doing to make this committee a success. I can see how seriously you take it.
And thank you for coming at the end of a long day.
I love all of you because my bedtime is early.
So I'm just gonna give you a little round of applause for.
Oh.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brown. That's the end of our meeting, so I'm gonna adjourn us, and then we will re-adjourn February 7th. If you have not gotten access to the Teams, please reach out to their IT. All the documents that we were gonna review are available through that Dave Askins Square Beacon location as well, if you haven't seen that. But also there's additional documents such as the study and as well as some of the documents that Ralph has put out. I'd love for us to review as well.
The folders go back. Are we allowed to keep these so we can make these bills? This is okay for us to do?
He expected that we would.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't mind the folder. I want to be able to read the bills.
Yeah.
I would like to be at Thanksgiving with your 91 brothers and sisters, and see which of them says, "Mom always liked you best."
I don't know. We are a good group of people, and I really appreciate the opportunity to work with all of them. And when one of us says we're in trouble, the others run over. So it's just like your sibling where they can be the one you, but nobody else can. So I definitely feel that every day that I get to interact with them. I'll take your folders and it looks like people are leaving. I'm going to end this meeting. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
We didn't motion to adjourn.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying.
I move we adjourn.
I second. We are adjourned.
Do we think that, do we expect that we'll eventually reduce the number of open places